Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students.
Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of black business in the history of the world.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him, and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. and then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hey, Ivanka Farabi here. I'm the founder and executive director of Beyond the Shackles. We're a nonprofit that instills hope in the incarcerated, disenfranchised, and their families. But we don't stop there, because what we know is that you don't have to spend one day behind physical bars to be in shackles in your heart and your mind. And we help people to rise up. What is my genius? I'm a life elevation coach and strategist. I'm a motivational speaker, and I help people to navigate the difficult terrain of adversity.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Janet Butler. I'm the owner of Crafted Right from the Heart, LLC. I am your business moderator for the afternoon on the Black Business Network. Now, the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have had speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Fire Chat with Norma Hollis, How Authenticity Builds Businesses. Our speaker is Coach Peggy Muhammad, a discussion of making an authentic transition from one career to another. Now, Dr. Norma Hollis is the change agent who impacts the world in multiple ways. She writes programs for human development around the theme of authenticity and turns them into training processes to deepen self-awareness and expand consciousness. Her programs are based on 30 years of research in human nature, from personal to professional. I would like to present to you Dr. Norma Hollis and Coach Peggy Muhammad.
Hi there, Janet. How are you?
Hello. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for your wonderful introduction.
And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'll see you then. Hello, Miss Peggy. How are you?
I'm doing very well, Dr. Norma. How are you?
Fine. Coach Peggy Ann. You have so many names that we use. So Here we are on the Black Business Expo. Now, I've been a speaker on the Black Business Expo for, I guess, for the last year, several times, and as well as a host. And now I'm kind of branching out and bringing some of the students that I have taught and some of my people that I work with to learn more about authenticity. You know, authenticity is a very well-used word in today's society. You hear it all the time. People will tell you, well, just be authentic, as if it's easy as just going to sleep and waking up and all of a sudden, bam, you're authentic. But it's much deeper than that. So we're going to delve a little bit into, for today's focus, on Monday's focus, is about starting a business and building your business. And Coach Peggy Ann, I met before I really got into authenticity. At the time I met Peggy, I had a speaker bureau. I was the first Black woman to own a speaker bureau for Black speakers. And I went to, I guess it was San Antonio, Texas, many years ago. So Peggy, tell the story of how we met and why we met.
Okay, why we met. Okay. I at that time I was working for the Department of Defense. I'm a nurse, and I'd like to thank God that this is my 50th year being a registered nurse. And so this was maybe 10 years ago, and I wanted to do something different. I knew I could be a nurse, and that's what I did all the time, but I thought that I could be a speaker. And what I'd speak about is health, maintaining one's health and being as healthy as one could. And so I didn't have much network, so I joined a Black Women's Business Association in San Antonio, Texas. And the CEO was speaking to me, and she was asking me what exactly I wanted to do. And I said, I would love to be a speaker. And she said, if you want to be a speaker, I want you to come. And this was going to happen in August of that year. And it just so happened that I was on night shift. I usually work days, but I was on night shift. And she said, you come on Saturday. Her name is Norma Hollis, and she will be there. And if you're there, she'll be going off to a golf tournament, but you've got to be there and tell her what you want to do. And so even after working that night, I appeared at the location. I was the first one there. I was the first one to sign my name. And as I looked up, the CEO said, yes, that's Miss Norma Hollis. And so I said, yes, it is. Okay. So she said, well, no, walk up there and say something to her. And I said, oh, yeah, I will. And I introduced myself, and I told you, and I explained to you what it was that I wanted to do. And you said for me to come back later on that day, and there was a dinner. And then after that, things just seemed to go. And I said, am I running with Norma Hollis now? I don't know. What am I doing? So I wanted to be as a speaker. And then when I connected with you, you were talking to me about authenticity. I said, well, I didn't actually sign up for this authenticity. I thought I was going to be a speaker. But actually, it's the way speaking was framed. It was framed in authenticity. And I said, I'm going to go where this takes me. And so I've been with Miss now, Dr. Norma Hollis. I've been running with Dr. Norma for the last 10 or 11 years. And I've branched out and I've started my own business. But before I did that, whatever course that Miss Hollis, at the time, Miss Hollis, but at this time, Dr. Hollis had to offer, I signed up for. And so I went from ambassador, and then I finally got to be a facilitator, and I learned to be a coach. And so whatever I learned in nursing all those many years, and whatever my desire was to do, I put all that together with authenticity. And then some years later, I developed my own program. What I do now is with the outer voice, I do wellness, and with the expressive voice, the voice of impact, I do lifestyle. So I'm a wellness and lifestyle coach. And my business is called Living from the Wheel. And what I do is I coach through a book called How to Eat to Live by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that was written in 1967. Then another volume came out in 1972. And so what I do is I help people that read the book. They want to know exactly how to proceed with how to eat to live, and I'm there to help them.
Well, thank you, boy. You went through the whole thing just like that. Let's break it down a little bit. You know, when you said it was 10 years, I got to thinking this is 2023. And actually, I closed the Bureau in 2010. So it had to be 13 or 14 years, Peggy.
Okay.
So it's really been a while. And for those that don't know, I was the first Black woman to own a speaker bureau for Black speakers. And when I met Peggy, I was at the end of that journey. And all the time, I was following my inner voice. I was following what the direction I was given in my life and how I was to live my life. And that's how I came up with the issue of authenticity. And during that time, I was teaching speakers how to be authentic on stage. Now, I know many of you are interested in being a speaker. I was just talking to Janet, our moderator there, and she's beginning on her journey of being speakers. And I definitely feel that's a wonderful way. I think God gave us the voice to speak it and to share of our experiences, and that's how we help others. And that's what Peggy came to me to do. She came to me in such a quiet voice. Miss Hollis, I want to be a speaker. And a few years later, as several of us in our team, in our authenticity group, began to watch her, she just blossomed. So one thing I want to tell you is that as you're moving into your own business, as you're making a decision about what business you want to be in, I want to encourage you to make a decision based on what's authentic for you, based on who you are, what your gifts and talents are. So as Peggy said, she started as a registered nurse, had been a registered nurse for the military hospital and other places in San Antonio. And now she's gone beyond that, because where you start is not where you finish. Where you start is where you belong, but where you finish is where you're going, provided you follow your path. So if you look behind me, you see the authenticity grid, and Peggy kind of referred to a couple of what we call dimensions of the authenticity grid. And so what we do with authenticity is we help you look at your inner voice to see how you're listening to yourself. The middle one is the outer voice, and that's how other people perceive you. And the third is the expressive voice, which is who you become in the world. And Peggy has actually just grabbed the goal and just run with it. And now she's one of my lead trainers. We do a training called Reclaim Your Authentic Life. That is a 11-week program. And Peggy is one of the instructors. Mm-hmm. So Peggy, I want to ask you, when it comes to your authenticity, where do you feel more authentic? In your inner voice, your outer voice, or your expressive voice?
That's a hard question to answer. But I feel that I can make more impact in my expressive voice.
Okay.
Because that's what I like to do most. I've learned to use my gifts and talents from Legacy, which is verbal and linguistic, and there are others. And I have this connectivity all for the purpose of working with lifestyle and wellness. So even though holistic wellness is in the outer voice, it will lead to an impact, because from your intuition, you're thinking about your health and your wellness, and your thoughts and your health and your thoughts about your health and wellness then transfer over into your expressive voice, which in lifestyle makes a real impact.
Yes. Well said. You can tell she teaches this because she really understands it. So let me ask you this. On the side of the grid here, you see the words think, communicate, and the bottom word is do. And we call those domains. We call those dynamics.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, because most people are either more of a thinker, more of a communicator, or more of a doer. Thinking is planning, evaluating, strategizing, sometimes worrying, but not so much the worry part of it, it's more the investigative part of it. Communicate is how you put your voice out in the world and what you say and your body language and your communication with yourself, with others, and with the universe. And the do has to do with how you go into action, how you go into activity. So same question, Peggy. Are you more of a thinker, communicator, or doer?
I think I'm more of a thinker. Even though I spoke about the expressive voice, and lifestyle being the expressive voice. And even though lifestyle is a do, but I'm always thinking. I'm always thinking about something. And I will wake up 2 o'clock in the morning after having thought about something. And then I'll just deal with it for the rest of the day. And I don't let that go. And it's because of something. It's the intuition. It's like the internal prodding. I know you call it the unseen supporter, but it's also an internal prodding and how you react to being prodded and being touched and said. So one day I said, I know I can do this. And I was reading the book, How to Eat to Live. Actually, I read both of them. I said, this has so much information. And I like to structure things. So I put it in a circle. I put it in concentric circles, and I use that and I call it a wheel. And the wheel stands for a lot of different things. And so when I got that idea, my intuition said, go for it. And as I went for it, I just stayed up from 2 o'clock in the morning until the next day. And I never let that go until I finished the project. So yes, I believe it's the thinking. I've been told that I learned that if one needs to make a decision or think about what to say, that you think about it 5 times. So I said, well, how do you think about something 5 times? And thinking 5 times, I learned that, first of all, it has to be true. Then it has to heal. Then it has to inspire. Then it has to be necessary. And then you have to be kind. So when you go through those thoughts and then you say something, you pray that it's right.
Don't forget the pray part. That's an important part of it, absolutely.
Yeah.
So in terms of the grid that you see behind me, since Peggy says she's expressive voice on this side and a thinker, that puts her in the dimension of legacy, which means that she's happiest when she's using her gifts and talents to do what comes natural for her.
Mm-hmm.
You find that true, Peggy?
I find that very true. Absolutely. Yeah. And when I learned my gifts and talents, so I knew that I could speak, but I had this problem of stuttering. So you would think that a person that is a stutterer would not have the gifts and talents, would not have that gift and talents of verbal and linguistic. But legacy is one of those dimensions that it almost has a voice of its own, and it has to be heard. And so it had to be heard even through my stuttering. And eventually I learned not to stutter, and I was able to work through that and use my gift and talent, use my legacy of verbal and linguistic. And I learned that by studying myself, by studying my authentic self.
That's the think part of it. So I didn't know you were a stutterer. I was also when I was a young child.
Really?
Yeah, I was. My family, my brother and I were both stutterers. And
Yeah.
I couldn't say words like statistics and ambulance sometimes, and other words would just trip me up. And the not so nice friends would say, what do you do? And they would want to make me say statistics, and I couldn't say it. It's just really, it was really quite a challenge. But it makes you grow. It makes you stronger. So Peggy's referred to the inner voice, the outer voice, and the expressive voice, which are the 3 dimensions that we talk about. There are 3 dimensions that all of us have. And when we understand them more, we understand ourselves more. I think you can hear from Peggy's, what she said so far, that she does know who Peggy is. And that has come over time from being more and more involved with authenticity. And one of the things that she mentioned also was unseen supporters, because true authenticity is when your physical being and the unseen supporters around you, by that I mean whether you call it Holy Spirit or God or ancestors, whatever you call it, when you're walking together in alignment, when you're going together in the same direction, in the same path, that's when you really grow. And I didn't know about Peggy that she also has some of that esoteric, unseen supporter thing around her. You would think that someone as a nurse who is very on a straight and narrow, linear path, that you have to follow the rules exactly as the rules are written, does not generally have that creativity within them. But then I learned that Peggy is also a Reiki practitioner. So share a little bit about what that is, Peggy, please.
A Reiki practitioner is the Japanese, it is the Japanese energy healing. I never tell anyone that I can heal them of anything. I generally use Reiki to make people feel better and be in a good place in order to do whatever it is that they need to do. I've been doing this since 2011, I believe. And then recently, maybe about 2 years ago, I decided to get some more instruction. I was I'm not an instructor, but I'm a third degree Reiki practitioner. And so I took another course from a young man by the name of Munikai, and he lives in Japan. And I went to him and I took something called Holy Fire Reiki. And I learned so much. And I'm just really surprised that I didn't take a refresher course before this time. But even with that, and having known him, it's a different relationship, because the first time I got the certificate, it was more of a teacher and student. But this one is not only sensei and student, it is, he's part of my faith community. And so that really made it very, very special. And he taught me some things about strength, and he taught me a lot about sending or working with people who need strength. And it's an amazing form of, it's a modality. And usually people they don't call it an alternative. It is quote unquote alternative, but it is, you can put it with your other healing modality. If you have a regular, I hate to use the word allopathic, but I understand that some doctors don't like that. But it's a complementary, that's what I'm trying to think of. It's a complementary form of complementary modality. That's what it is. It's a complementary modality. It's used to ease when you have chemotherapy, and if you get a Reiki treatment, you're able to move through it with more ease. Some doctors have Reiki practitioners, and some doctors do it themselves, where they prepare their patient for surgery, and then the patient comes through surgery a little bit better, not the way one ordinarily expects. For instance, my sister just had surgery, and she had something called, she was confused about for 48 hours after she had her surgery. And there's a certain term, but I can't recall it right now. But perhaps if she had maybe a Reiki treatment, maybe it would help her with that. So who knows? But yes.
Thank you. Well, for those of you who are listening, who are in business or thinking about going into business on a path that's very linear. Now, when I say a linear path, I really mean traditional structure. Nursing, for example, is a linear path because there's only one way to do certain things in nursing. You don't have the creativity to create a new way to do an IV or things of that nature. You just do follow the path. But, so many of us went into linear careers because the good elders around us, our parents and teachers and others, advised us, well, there's more money in this than there is in being creative. You can't be an artist because you can't make money. You can't do music, you can't make money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But in reality, you can. And as the world is changing and moving towards greater creativity with the artificial intelligence coming into the world, the need for people who are creative to retain their creativity, their natural gifts and talents, is more and more increased. And so Peggy is an example of what can happen when you are, even before she finished her career, she decided that she wanted more. She wanted to go. That inner voice side was knocking and trying to get in to let her know there's more. And then she listened to that, and that took her to Reiki. And that's what we talk about when we talk about being your authentic self, stepping into your authenticity, really realizing what's really authentic for you. And now Peggy is teaching my class, teaching my 11-week program. So what's been the most powerful lesson that you can think of, Peggy, as a result of teaching the last 2 classes that you taught for me for the Reclaim Your Authentic Life program?
How much I've learned from the students, how much that they already know before they take the course, and how much they're able to align themselves with each of the dimensions. So it's not just about instructing, it's more about facilitating. And because remember, these are adult learners. And so they have a lot of experience. And they might call intuition something different. They'll call it a gut feeling or whatever. But they know a lot. And I'm just really pleased that when I facilitate, then I learn so much from them too.
Well, they're learning from you as well, because your growth is very obvious to me and to others who've known you, throughout all of these years that you've been working together. So authenticity is a really important part. And one of the things that I learned when I was teaching the course is how people gain so much confidence. I would see people that would come in their first times and they'd kind of be slumped down and they're scared to speak. And by the time the class is over, they're sitting up straight. They tell you exactly what's on their mind without fear. They have more strength and confidence, and they move through their lives with far more confidence and purpose. And, purpose is a real important part of our work with authenticity, because we're all born with a purpose. People all talk about that all the time as they talk about authenticity. But true authenticity is when you're on your purpose, when you're living your natural gifts and talents, when you're listening to your inner voice, when you're clear about how your outer voice functions and how people come to you and work with you. So over and above what you learned from teaching, what's been your greatest lesson as far as authenticity and being authentic and what it means to you?
My greatest lesson is that it gets deeper and deeper and deeper. Right? When you think that you're in a comfortable place and that there's no more for you to be interested in as far as authenticity, no. You learn something else, and then it just takes you deeper.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, you said it just keeps getting deeper and deeper and deeper. Yeah. And it's gotten deeper still, right?
Yes.
They say as human beings, there's so much to us and we don't know it. And unfortunately, society has really been trying very hard to strip us from our authenticity, to help us to create situations that we don't get a chance to know ourselves. When I talk about authenticity, I share how we lose it so much in our early childhood years, when we first learn how to jump and to walk and to sing and to make noise and all the other things that we can do as human beings. And then society, our parents, our schools, our friends, our elders, whatever, tell us, no, don't do it like that. Or don't sing so loud. Or why are you talking so much? You're driving me crazy. And then we step away from our authenticity. And then we continue to step away. And then we get into kindergarten and first grade, and rather than go to the bathroom in preschool when you need to, stand in line, raise your hand, get in the line, go when we tell you to go. I mean, clearly all these things are important to a civilized society, but there's limits. There's ways we can do it that can be more generating. I just read something of a phrase called human flourishing. And that's what we're missing. We're putting people in a box. We're turning people into the AIs that we're bringing on, in many ways in the world. But in reality, society is really looking at 2 different directions that we're getting to sprout into. One direction is artificial intelligence, which is more robot-like things, which is robots taking over a lot of the thinking processes that were in the past only available to us, which is going to make creativity and your creative self more important in the future. And the other side we're going to is the side of expansion of consciousness, of recognizing that there's more to the world than the things you can feel, touch, and see. That there's a lot of unseen energy around us, and that's all the time. And so, Peggy, you were my co-host for about a year when I had a program about the future of evolution. And we talked about a lot of esoteric things there. So what did that experience, since we're talking about the expansion of consciousness and hoping that you as a listener will understand how important it is to be connected to your consciousness, connected to your unseen supporters, connected to your inner voice, connected to that part of who you are that you can't see or touch physically, but you feel it every day. You feel it in one, you may not recognize it, you may not acknowledge it, but there's no question that you feel it. So what has been your thoughts in terms of, as we were doing that program for about a year on the consciousness and on the evolution of humanity?
The consciousness, the awareness is so very important because we as human beings like to make choices. And you really can't make a good choice unless you are aware or unless you are conscious. It's about making choices. And if you can't, and if you don't have awareness, if you don't have consciousness, if you haven't delved into that, then you really can't make good choices. And that's one thing that we have as humanity now. I don't know where AI is going to take us, but right now, some of us may not think that we can make choices, but in the end, that's what makes us human beings, our ability to make choices.
That's true. That's where we pay prices when we don't make a choice or the choice is in the wrong direction. And that's where each one of us can be of greater value to the youth coming up, because they don't have the benefit of the depth of understanding that we have. Of course, we're older, but also as generations and societies change, the values and the morals change. One of the dimensions of authenticity is integrity, which has to do with your belief system and values. And one question I love to ask all the time is, what's one value that we as a society could hold that we all could agree with? Because there exists no such thing as one value that we all agree on. But what kind of world would we have if we made that true? I don't think we have found a value as a group. We've talked about it many times as a group. Do you remember any value that we talked about, Peggy, that could be a value that might be something that as a society we might all agree on?
I think we can agree that it's necessary for us to be able to make choices.
Yes.
But there are some people who want to determine what choices we have to make. I was listening to the news today and what's going on for some teachers that are in the state of Florida, and it's very difficult for them to work because of the choices that so-called that their leadership is offering them, and so they don't want those choices. But what can you do? One woman decided, one teacher who wanted to fight back decided that she was just too tired.
It's a big fight. It's a big fight. That's what the young people come back for. And it's been very revealing for me from an authenticity perspective, from a Black person's perspective, from an evolutionary perspective, to see that the young people today are doing the very same thing that I did when I was their age. And that's go protest, be just absolutely mortified by the realities you learn about what society is really about. You come in, out of college, and you're ready to change the world and do all these great things you've learned because you see this mistake and that mistake. And you can do something about it, and then you get shot down and shot down and shot down and shot down, and it makes it tough. And by being shot down so many times, so many people just drop out and just say, forget it. But we really can't do that. We really have to stay authentic to our path, authentic to our assignment as Black Americans, because we have a different role to play than other ethnicities. And one thing I will say, particularly about Black women, I'm not leading to trying to excuse the men, but as a woman myself, I'm more sensitive and aware of what women are thinking. And what I'm very much aware of is how Black women are the Madonnas. They are the deeper connected spiritual beings. I won't say deeper than what, but they're, as a general sense, because they're mothers, maybe because they're bringing birth into the world, because they're more nurturing. It's just far time that women played a bigger role in society and in the whole authenticity movement to help others become more authentic. One of the things that I've said from the beginning is that if you become more authentic, the people around you become more authentic, the people around them become more authentic, and the world becomes more authentic. Go ahead, Peggy.
Oh, all I'd like to say about that is that I hope that when we Black women undertake whatever it is that's going to take us into the next few years, that we get the support of our black men, because they are so very important in this too.
Can't do it without them.
Can't go without them. We've been with them since we've been here. We've been with each other. We've gone through a lot, and so we need to continue to be with each other. If whatever there is, whatever the world has to offer, whatever authenticity has to offer, I see us being evolved together. That's what authenticity does. It's not a revolution; it's an evolution. It's humanity in its evolution. That's what authenticity is.
Thank you. And the world needs us. The world needs us very much. Yeah. I had the opportunity this past Saturday to be a participant in an event here in LA, where I was initiated in the Yoruba family of Africa, of Nigerian family. Yeah, I had since learned, my sister did a DNA thing I had never done with, that I am, well, she is 50% Nigerian. So I imagine I am too. So, and the Yoruba family is a Nigerian tribe. And as I read about them, I don't know why they picked me for the Yoruban family, but it certainly is representative of who I am. But there was such a sense of pride and ownership, and just, the king of Ghana actually was there, and a very short, very young man with magical looking eyes who blessed all of us. And we had a chance to take pictures with him, and we had a chance to get more of a vision, and a vision not only of ourselves, but also of Africa. And also in the last month, I watched the movie Enslaved. If you haven't watched it, then check it out. It is on Prime and MGM. It was produced by Samuel Jackson and his wife. And it's the story of the slave ships. And it's the story of the slave ships that sunk with all the inhabitants. And many times the Black inhabitants were caged in and had no choice, but sunk. And in the movie, they were deep diving to the bottom of the ocean to find the remnants of the sunken ships. And they took you to the United States, to Brazil, to Suriname, to Dutch Island, to multiple places that these ships went. And what I then also learned is that many of the countries where they were taken sent the Africans back to Africa. But of course, here we are in America, we did not do that. And we continue to enslave each other. I have a Chinese friend who's my goddaughter, who's visiting me right now. And last night we had on a movie, it was Life, way old movie with Murphy and Martin Lawrence. Yeah. And when in the beginning of the movie, they walked into a restaurant that said no colors allowed. And she was aghast. She did not have the understanding of the history that we've been through. So I had to educate her. And she was almost in tears, realizing that that's what happened. When George Floyd was murdered, I had a white client at that time. She had to call me in a panic of anxiety. Norma, is this what my people are doing to you? And I couldn't lie. I said, I haven't personally experienced the big, huge grief of, at least I didn't recognize it, or I was prepared for it early. But yes, this is what's going on in our world. So a lot of people have been blind to it and blind to what happens when we lose our authenticity, which is why it's so important for those of us of the Black heritage to step into our authenticity and be our authentic self without fear. Because society needs that from us. Some of the, I think the Dalai Lama is the one who said that it will be the Black woman in America that is the lead for changing the way society thinks. So sisters, it's time to do our thing and make it happen, because the world's waiting for us. World's waiting for us.
World's waiting for authenticity.
World's waiting for authenticity. It's ready. And so I'd like to invite all of you that may have an interest in authenticity, an interest in using your authentic voice to make a difference, being your authentic self, living an authentic life. I have a 3-day challenge starting in 2 days, and I would like to invite you to participate. It's a challenge about authenticity in action, to challenge you to put your authenticity to action. It does nothing if it just sits inside you dormant. It is in you so that you can think about it, you can communicate about it, and you can do something about it within the area of your natural gifts, whichever domain rests most comfortable with you, and we'll help you understand that as well. We'll talk about that at the 3-day challenge. So if you would like to register, it is free. It's authenticvoicechallenge.com. authenticvoicechallenge.com. So please go there and register. And it's at 9 o'clock a.m. on Pacific time on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this week, 2 days from now. So it will be a dynamic event where you will learn more about yourself. I have some exercises, one that will help you connect more with your inner voice, another one that will help you understand your outer voice and also understand how you relate to authenticity in your workplace. Workplace authenticity is a brand new term coming up on the horizon. You find it in LinkedIn, you find it on Google, but it's something I've been working on and we've been working on for 30 plus years. So we have a whole system and a process to teach organizations how to be more authentic. Because, some organizations are still functioning from the industrial age way of management, which was very hierarchical. And we've moved from industrial age to information age. Industrial lasted a long time. It lasted a couple hundred years almost. But we've moved through the information age of computers and instant knowledge, where the boss didn't say, go do this faster. Instead, the boss would say something like, well, go research it and come back and tell me what you think. Mm-hmm. And then we're now in the empowerment age. So the information age went right real fast. And the empowerment age is where the boss will say, well, go figure it out and then do something about it. He empowers you. You're now empowered to do more. And we're moving towards this age. The empowerment age made some people say through COVID, I'm not doing this 9 to 5 anymore. I'm making a change. 4.5 million people are leaving their jobs every month. Maybe it's down to 4 million now, but it's still a lot of people. They're not necessarily leaving and quitting work. They're leaving and changing jobs, but trying to find a place that's more aligned with their natural gifts and talents, where whether they're a thinker, communicator, or doer, they can do those things with ease and really be their authentic self. So think about yourself and where you're at with your role of authenticity and where you're at in becoming more authentic. So Peggy, do you have any tips that you would give anyone to help them become more authentic and step into their authenticity?
If you want to step into your authenticity, you just have to do it.
Just do it.
Just do it. There really isn't anything else to do but do it. You've offered them the 3-day. What is it called? The 3-day
challenge.
Challenge. Uh-huh. And if you have any other, what can you lose? If you tell yourself no, then you're not going to do it. Just tell yourself, yes, I'm going to do it. I'm going to see what this authenticity is really all about. And you might be pleasantly surprised. There's nothing to do but to do it.
Well, I'm going to give you a tip, those that are listening, about how you can connect more with your inner voice. Excuse me. And it's an easy tip because it's something you do every day. Every day you ask yourself in the morning when you wake up, generally say, well, what time is it? And then you might say, well, what am I going to wear? And then, what shall I eat? And these are questions you ask every single day. And they're questions that you answer up here or here in your mind, in your heart, in your spirit, or in your gut. So the question is, how does the answer come? Usually it comes in something with the sensory perception. Either you see it in one way, either see it with your eyes or in your head. You touch it, you taste it, you feel it with your hands, you hear it. Those are the 5 senses. Those are what happen. But there's a 6th sense, which is a perception. And many times that's how you step into your authenticity. That's how you make a decision. So when you examine and look at how the answer comes to you when you ask those 3 questions, that's a way for you to get more aligned with how your voice speaks to you and to be ready to respond to it. Because when you don't respond, life is just not as happy as it is when you do respond and things start opening up for you and they're happening for you. And it makes life far, far, far more enjoyable. So I would encourage you to step into your authenticity. Join us on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Go to authenticvoicechallenge.com, get registered, and join us. Because it's an experience you're not going to forget. And you never know, it might catapult your life, your personal life, your professional life, your business life, your spiritual life. All of those are rolled into one person. That's you. Are all those lives aligned? Is one going left, one going right, one going up, one going down? That's not authentic. Authentic is when they join hands and they will walk the path together, and you have that available for you if you choose to be authentic. So I'm not sure what time it is. I don't have my, oh, it's time for us to stop. So it's right.
Time goes so quickly.
It does go by quickly. It does go by quickly. So Peggy, thank you so much for taking time today to share your thoughts. It's been a great fireside chat. You know, I always enjoy sharing with you, and we've been co-hosts many times on many things, and I have watched you grow in your authenticity in so many ways, and I'm so proud of you and what you've done and what you've accomplished. And we're getting ready to go on a brand new journey of taking authenticity into the workplace authenticity. You'll hear about that at the 3-day challenge. So please join us, authenticvoicechallenge.com. Thank you so much, Dr. Eric Kelly. Thank you, Janet, for being our moderator today. And we know genius is so common. And Peggy, thank you for sharing yours today.
Thank you. It was my pleasure. Thank you for letting me run with you, Dr. Norma Hollis.
You can run with me anytime, my dear. And we're going to hold hands, and we're going to be in line. We got a lot of running to do in the next decade. Yes, ma'am. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So thank you very much. Now, I have another guest I'm bringing in tomorrow at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. We're going to talk about branding and how we use authenticity in branding. I'll be on again on Thursday talking to another one of my students about empowerment. And I'll be speaking to you myself on Friday at 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. I hope to see you then. Thank you so much. Thank you, Janet.
Oh my goodness, ladies, you all are amazing. I enjoyed the conversation, the dialogue, the information. You all dropped so many wonderful nuggets and pieces of gems, and being authentic, using that voice. So yes, please go to authenticvoicechallenge.com and register. I appreciate yours ladies' times and your expertise today of sharing that with us on screen. Would you mind sharing a bit of information about how we can contact you?
Well, the best way is to go to LinkedIn. LinkedIn is Norma T. Hollis, and I respond there pretty much every day. So please go to LinkedIn. You'll check out my website. You'll check out my information and the website too. I guess my voice has changed. Say website too. So normahollis.com. And there you will learn about my corporate programs. You'll learn about my individual programs. And also if you want me to come speak to your group, and learn about that as well, and a lot more. And by the way, when you get there on the front page, you get a chance to take my assessment. It's another free thing that we offer. So just go to normahollis.com, search around, check me out on LinkedIn, but main thing, just check me out. So looking forward to meeting. We're looking to bring more people into our program, also looking for more trainers and teachers, particularly speakers, coaches, facilitators, trainers. So please do reach out. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Do you have any information that you'd like to share with us, Ms. Muhammad?
Oh, thank you very much. If you'd like to have a conversation, if you'd like to connect, go to Peggy Muhammad 60@gmail.com. Once again, Peggy Muhammad 60@gmail.com. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, ladies, for that information. Genius is common. And I'll see you all on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students.
Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things, and then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU Collection, exclusively available at KMG Fashion Superstore.
Producers, directors, I met designers, and then everybody says, oh, this is my 6th year, and oh, this is my 4th year.
Shout out to New York. We're in New York in like 7 hours.
Oh my gosh, yes, we have a 6:58 flight, so.
We gotta go home. We gotta go.
We gotta go.
Let me tell you something. Every single person that's come through the store has spoke so highly of you, and what a great event this is. Yes.
I'm representing DJ Darryl, who is a platinum producer. He did the hit track for Tupac Shakur, Keep Your Head Up, Snoop Dogg, Keisha Cole.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Janet Butler. I am the owner of Crafted Right from the Heart, LLC. I am your moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. Now, the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have had speakers from all over London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and all cities all over the United States. Now, the Black Business Network is a global community. It shares its business knowledge to entrepreneurs, inspiring and educating businesses about business. Now, the Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business with everyone. So today, our keynote speaker is going to be with mindset, motivation, and manifestation. And our next speaker will be Dr. Stephanie Audrey of 420 Wellness Jamaica, Inc. Now, Dr. Stephanie Audrey is a serial entrepreneur.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Our next keynote speaker, Goal Setting in the 21st Century, by the name of Angela Baptiste of Inspire. Angela Baptiste has been a leader in the field of business to business sales operations in the telecommunications industry for the past 26 years, winning several coveted awards in her field, recognizing a desire that people had for uplifting and inspirational and motivational content. After transitioning from the corporate world, she got certified as a speaker, a coach, and a trainer with John Maxwell's team and began her independent business, Inspire, as a way to positively influence and inspire and empower others in the community. So today I present to you Angela Baptiste.
Hi there, how are you?
Hello, welcome.
Welcome. I'm happy to be here. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Genius is common, so I'm going to see you on the other side.
Have a good one. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. Good morning, wherever you are at this time listening to me. It's such a pleasure to come in and talk to you about goal setting. It's so important for us to recognize the importance of setting goals. My name is Angela Baptiste, and I'm a business coach with Inspire. And as I said, I really wanted to share with you, have been sharing with you these past months about how important it is for us to have goals and for us to actually have goals and set a plan in order to achieve those goals. So I'm a big believer in goal setting. After all, without goals, how can you measure your accomplishments? Before you can accomplish a goal, of course, you need to set one. If we don't ever have goals, then it's just a dream. And in order to actually be able to get the success and the outcomes that we desire, then it's so important for us to set those goals in order so that we could accomplish them. So think of something you would like to do or accomplish. When I was deciding that after corporate America, did I want to go for another job or did I want to be an entrepreneur? And that had, I set the goal. So I set the goal of setting up my business, and I had to do a business plan. I had to figure out, okay, how it's going to be financed. Do I need an accountant? Do I need other people? What were the resources? So many different things that you have to plan in order to reach the goal. And of course, you have to set up the registered through the state or the agency that the area that you live in, right? So there's so many things to get to that desired goal. And so that's what we're going to talk to you about today. So whatever it is that you're thinking of, going back to school, losing weight, get into a specific hobby, whatever it is that you're planning to do, then definitely you have to decide how you're going to accomplish it, right? So ideally, you want to choose something that you're interested in or you feel excited about. Whatever you decide, whether it's a big or a small goal, should be something you want to do just for the sake of that's what you want to do, not what someone else wants to do or some, a friend, a colleague, your mom, your wife, whatever. It must be something that you're interested to do. You feel passionate about it. And then you're saying, okay, this is the goal that I'm hoping to achieve. The only rule is to choose something that's just a little bit beyond what you're currently achieving, right? Because the whole idea is that you need a stretch goal. You see an elastic band or a rubber band, you could stretch it, and then when you bring it back, it comes back to the original, right? So we need stretch goals, something that's going to take you outside of that comfort zone. Goals that stretch us can be very motivating. So make sure, though, that you're writing those goals down. If you're not writing it down, it doesn't exist. It's still a dream. So, yes, make sure to write your goals down in terms of what you want, not what you don't want. So, say, for example, I want to be able to touch my toes, right? I know that's a funny one. That's why I thought of it. If I wanted to touch my toes again, rather than saying I don't want to be out of shape anymore, how about taking the next few minutes to give it some thought, right? And what are some of the goals that I could write to say, I want to touch my toes again, right? So I could say, okay, I'm going to choose to eliminate things from my diet, right? I will go to the gym, maybe walk a certain amount of steps per day. And do you get the drift? So don't say what you don't want to do or don't want, but what you can do. So so I would like for you to take the few minutes and say, okay, what is it that I really want to do? And based on that particular goal, give it some thought and then write down what you come up with. Remember, the sky is the limit. Set your goals high and don't stop till you get there. That's what Bo Jackson said. Set your goals high. So high, not within your comfort zone, outside of your comfort zone, with stretch goals, and still don't stop there. When you hear me saying this quote, what really comes to your mind? Setting your goals high, Yes. So just think about that for a minute. What are the goals that you're thinking or you're dreaming about? Put them down on paper, make them become a reality, and then decide how you're going to get going on them. So writing down the goal, that's a great start. And so once you've written them down, rewrite them again. Rewrite those goals so that you could place them someplace that they'll be visible every day. It could be on your refrigerator. It could be on the mirror that you're looking at every morning. I know that works. So you see it. You put it on a Post-it note, hang it on your bathroom mirror. That way you can read it every time you brush your teeth and wash your hands. I need to make sure, I don't eat so-and-so, or I go to the gym 5 times a week. I eliminate certain things. Whatever that particular goal is, right? So put it down on the Post-it note and post it where you could see it, and it can become a real reality for you. That, when you're brushing your teeth, washing your hands, you could ask yourself, what will it look like and how will you feel when you've completed it and you're getting the outcomes that you desire? How does that feel? How does it connect to who or what you value in your life? Describe your goal in specific terms and timescales. So snap a picture of your goal, post it somewhere in your living, working space, and share it with a friend, your family member, right? So that they have an idea of what it is that you're striving for. And another thing is being positive. Stay positive. It's important. Positive thinking is a valuable tool that can help us to overcome obstacles and deal with pain and be able to reach new goals. Share your goal with your friends. Tell others about your goals. That will dramatically increase the likelihood that you'll stick with them. You're already doing great by sharing your goals with the group, and with others. So why not go a little step further and start telling your friends and family about your goal and how you want to accomplish it. Who will you share your goal with today? So, how do you envision your future? Setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into the visible. That my favorite person, one of my favorite people anyway, Tony Robbins, that's what he said. Setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into the visible. Do you want to do that for your life? Taking the invisible and making it be visible. What actions have you already taken toward accomplishing your goal? Better yet, what have you done today so far to achieve those goals? So break it down into achievable steps, right? Because that one goal might be so big, right? So say, for example, you were like me who were you're thinking of creating a business and launching a business. That's that's a big thing. But how do you break it down into different steps? So let's say you start by working on your business plan, right? Okay, and you might need a loan to finance it. So you do that. And then, you do that, the different steps, step by step, until you achieve the outcome that you're desiring, where you're able to launch that business, right? So breaking down our goals is especially important for big goals, no matter what your goal is, there are steps involved in accomplishing them. The more detailed you are about how to achieve your goal, the more likely you are going to succeed. So if you never sit down and decide, okay, what are the steps to get me to that goal? Do you believe you will achieve it? If you're just thinking, okay, I'm going to take that big leap, more than likely not. So instead of simply stating, I want to be healthier, that's so vague. What does that mean? Let's list out the steps you need to take to achieve these. So as you write down your action, the action steps, be sure to include the dates beside them. And about SMART goals, be specific, ensure that it's measurable, attainable, and all those, reasonable and time sensitive. Some steps to get healthier might include, okay, maybe I need to look up low calorie recipes. So changing the way I make my meals, finding a produce market that I could shop at, getting fitted for walking sneakers and walk for maybe 20 minutes to 30 minutes a day. So the more detailed you are, the better off you'll be. And to get you towards getting those desired outcomes, the successful outcomes in achieving your goals. It was Confucius who says, when it's obvious that the goals cannot be reached, don't adjust the goals, adjust the action steps. So say, for example, if say you're scheduled to achieve this particular goal by September, and here's September, and you have not achieved it, don't adjust that goal. Just adjust the steps to get there and the time frame to getting there. So you're not quitting and dropping the goal itself, but you're saying, okay, I wasn't able to achieve that. Let's take a look on what my goal was, my action steps. Maybe I need to refine that. Maybe I need to review that and fix that so that I could go to that next step in achieving that. It might take a little longer. The period might be a little longer than you expected, but that's okay, because failure is not failure if you've learned something from it. So the whole idea is, yes, do we fall? Sometimes we sure do. But here's the thought. If we fail at something, at achieving it at a certain time, what are the lessons that we learned from that? And how can we be better the next time so that we could be on target to reach that goal in the next, as forecasted in the next period? So don't adjust the goals, just adjust the steps that you need to get to and maybe the time frame. Sometimes when we're set on a single goal or plan, we get discouraged and we want to change course. But oftentimes it's exactly what we need if something doesn't fit. Have you experienced this before? I know I definitely have, where I'm thinking, well, what's going on? I'm not getting to that point towards that goal. But maybe, sometimes we're traveling in the wrong direction. Is it okay to autocorrect? For sure. It's better to do that than to get to that destination and realize that that's not where you're supposed to go. So yes, it's always good to reflect and revise and review to see if we're going in the right course. And yes, nothing is wrong with changing the direction, changing the course in order to get to whatever that goal is that we need to get, just by adjusting certain things. Because oftentimes it's exactly what we need if something doesn't work. For sure, it's important for us to redirect our thoughts and make sure we're clear on where we're going. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begin with the first step. So yes, if we never take that first step, we never get to achieve the goals that we have designed and desire to reach. So know that it's so important for us to take that first step, then the next step, and then keep going forward. And yes, as we said before, sometimes we get stuck. Sometimes we fall. Whatever the situation, life happens. Know that you could still get up, brush yourself off, and keep going. Determining the steps you accomplish that you need to accomplish your goal can be overwhelming. But don't get discouraged, my friends. We are all in this together. Remember that you could write what you need help with. So write it down. Take a few minutes, review, reflect, right? And say, okay, I needed to get to this point. I'm not there. What do I need to do differently? Who do I need to maybe talk to? What resource do I need to reach out for? Do I need to seek for mentorship, for a coach to partner with me to help me to get to my desired goals? So yes, you're fully resourced and you're able to achieve your goals, but sometimes we need additional resources, additional help, and it's okay to ask for help. Nothing at all is wrong to reach out if you have a question, if you're not getting the desired results that you're looking for in order to achieve your goals, then look outside. It could be reading a new book about whatever it is that you're working on, right? Talking to someone, using the resources. We have the AI, which has really been a new tool that's coming up and come available to us that maybe could help you. YouTube is another powerful resource that you could have access to. If you need advice, reach out to a mentor who's doing what you're doing. So it's always good to seek out, those powerful resources that will get you back on track. So don't ever feel that you're you're unique and you're all by yourself and be dejected. Know that you could reach out for help to get you on the right path, to keep you on that journey towards achieving your goals. No man is an island. No man stands alone. Each one as my brother, each one as my friend. So remember that we live in a world of abundance. There's no scarcity. So someone will be able to help you to get you on the path towards your goal. Yes, you can forge your path. Remember that your goals, it was Les Brown who said, your goals are the roadmap that guides you and show you what is possible for your life. Yes, your goals are the roadmaps that guide you and show you what is possible for your life. So know that and keep going. Never give up. There's no quitting. No quitting at all. If you find that you're, not going down the right path, adjust and keep going. If this is a goal that you're certain of and you're passionate about, working towards our goals can sometimes be difficult and frustrating. So we need to be perseverant. Yes, we have to persevere. If you come across a step that isn't working, think of something else you could try that still moves you forward, even a tiny bit. If you're struggling, ask loved ones for help by brainstorming ideas on what you could do. If you're really stuck, simply take a break. Sometimes just taking that pause is all we need, right? To start giving us with great idea, just sitting there in the moment, doing nothing, rejuvenates you and gives you the extra energy to finish great. So yes, take a break and then go back and read your original goal and then readjust your steps for moving forward. Motivation is really important because goals gives us purpose. It gives us the purpose to continue to go on, a reason to wake up in the morning, a reason to continue living despite your circumstances. It motivates you. You might be having a hard day, and just looking back on that goal will get you on the right track because yes, you're looking forward to that big goal where you're going to see the sunshine, right? You're going to be so happy and thrilled to know that you were able to get over the mountain. Really, it's climbing the mountaintop, right? To get to whatever that goal is. Yes. So it definitely gives us purpose, motivating us to make ourselves the best version into all aspects of our lives. So as you listen to me talking about goals, are you fired up to reach and write, to get in today, write down those goals, start the action plan, get on the bandwagon of getting, the steps, starting, because that's the whole thing. Action, we must take action to achieve goals. We can't sit on our laurels to achieve whatever those goals are. We have to have an action plan. And more than that, yes, the action plan is key, but the most necessary step is taking the action. If we never take the action, we never achieve the goal. And I'm always big on celebrating our successes. It's nothing better than I've set a goal, right? I achieved the goal. It might have been hard and difficult to achieve. And say, for example, I set a goal, a 6-month goal, and wow, it was a struggle, right? And I had to push the goal out. And so instead of 6 months, I achieved it in 9 months. But guess what? When I achieve the goal, what do? Yes, I celebrate. I dance. I do the jig, a happy jig. And what I like to do is to reward myself. So before, I'll say to myself, okay, what am I going to give myself when I achieve this goal? And so whatever it is, it could be just simple, treat myself to an ice cream cone. But guess what? That's a big deal for me. So when I've achieved that goal, I could take myself out for an ice cream Coke, and no one is as happy as me, right? To celebrate that success. Yes, we have to take time to enjoy our hard work and thank those that helped us too, right? So if you had an assistant, virtual assistant or whatever, it could be a VA, depending on whoever, send them a thank you. Give them a call. You have an employee or whatever, give them a tap on the shoulder and say, thank you for achieving that goal. Maybe a partner, whoever it is, let them know how much appreciative you are of you getting to that goal. Think about what you enjoyed and learn along the way, because the whole idea is, right, learning and growing. So yes, it's always good to sit back and say, okay, yes, I achieved that. So how did I do that? What did I learn from it? What could I do next? So no, there's no limit to our successes. No matter how many goals you've achieved, you must set your sights on a higher one. So, yes, today you have accomplished this goal. But if you're like me, you don't have one goal, right? You have several goals. So it's always moving on to something bigger and brighter, right? So always moving on to the next goal. So yes, it was Jessica Savage who said, no matter how many goals you have achieved, you must set your sights on a higher one. And remember, the sky's the limit, right? So I wanted to share this poem with you because it's called The Few. And this is what's going to differentiate you from others, right? Because if you're thinking about the majority, then you're going to be like the majority. So let's listen to this poem that I found and I'd love to share with you. It says, the easy roads are crowded and the level roads are jammed. The pleasant little rivers with drifting folks are crammed. But off yonder where it's rocky, where you get a better view, you'll find the ranks are thinning and the travelers are few. Where the going smooth and pleasant, you will always find the throng, for the many, more's the pity, seem to like to drift along. But the pause, the steps that call for courage, and the task that's hard to do, in the end result in glory for the never wavering few. So, yes, setting goals will differentiate you from others. It will help you to get to those goals that you're desiring and to get the desired outcome. I'd love to hear about your goal setting experience and what you enjoy most about your goal setting setting, and what it is that will make a difference in you getting those desired outcomes. Remember, I'm always here to help. Angela Baptiste here with Inspired Coach, Trainer, and Speaker.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Baptiste, for sharing your expertise on the show today. Please share with us how people can contact you.
Oh, sure. Again, it's Angela Baptiste. I'm a coach, trainer, and speaker. I'm on all the social media. So you can find me on LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram. And my website, it's www.inspires.shop. My phone number is 770-262-1680.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that information. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks. Have a good evening.
Now, the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. Now, this expo is a fundraiser for students. Now, you may go to the www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use Cash App that's on the screen below. And you can say, it'll say $BBXUSA. Then our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. Business Expo USA.com. Now, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank all of our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche, that's coaching and training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council. We want to thank the Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artist App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? a place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hey, Ivanka Farabi here. I'm the founder and executive director of Beyond the Shackles. We're a nonprofit that instills hope in the incarcerated, disenfranchised, and their families. But we don't stop there, because what we know is that you don't have to spend one day behind physical bars to be in shackles in your heart and your mind. And we help people to rise up. What is my genius? I'm a life elevation coach and strategist. I'm a motivational speaker. And I help people to navigate the difficult terrain of adversity. Do you know that you can build the most beautiful masterpiece from the rubble that might lie at your feet from the most difficult of times? Well, you can. And I help people to walk out their God-given plans and find their genius. Why? Everybody has genius, because genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Janet Butler, and I am the owner of Crafted Right from the Heart, LLC. I am your moderator this evening for the Black Business Network, showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders of the world and worldwide. Now, we have speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities all over the United States. Now, the Black Business Network is a global community, sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and even educate businesses about businesses. Tonight, our keynote speaker talks about mindset, motivation, and manifestation. Our next speaker is going to be Dr. Stephanie Audrey of 420 Wellness Jamaica Incorporated. Now, Dr. Stephanie Audrey is a serial entrepreneur with an over 3-decade history of conceptualization, launching, scaling, and operating a multi-billion-dollar organizations. Now, Dr. Audrey is recognized as a proven leader in the real estate refinance and finance and development sector, leading design and building teams throughout the development process while ensuring the scope, schedules, and budgets were maintained for the multi-billion-dollar portfolios of projects under her leadership. Now I present to you Dr. Steph Audrey.
Hi, Janet. How are you?
Hi, Dr. Audrey. How are you today?
I'm fabulous. So nice to meet you.
It's wonderful meeting you and having you on our platform today. Genius is common, so I will see you on the other side.
Fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. Well, good evening, Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics. Thanks again for having me join you. I'm excited to join you today because you guys will remember this day. We're about to make some major announcements. I'm not going to spill the beans early. I'm going to do my best. Zip. But remember, sometimes there's, like you say, there are times that you remember where you were when a thing happened. And perhaps this will be the same for you as you said. I'll remember having heard a conversation and just thinking at where she must have been in the midst of that conversation and sharing. But as Janet mentioned, I'm going to speak to you today about mindset. I've had this ongoing conversation. In fact, I kicked off a blog called Naked with Dr. Money, where in that conversation, I focus on mindset. I ask my guests oftentimes, do they believe that mindset is the result of their nature, how they've been nurtured, or a little bit of both? And so what ends up happening is as they begin to ponder that particular thought, then we have a conversation. And the conversation begins with kind of, well, when did I think, or when did I first become aware that I personally had a mindset? And I remember several things that happened when I was about 3 years old. And the only reason that I know that they happened when I was about 3 years old was because there were some other events that happened that gave a date stamp, in my memory, meaning that I had talked myself into preschool and I had to be kicked out of preschool because I wasn't old enough. So that's how I know that I wasn't 4 yet, because if I was 4, I would have been able to stay in the preschool that I had talked my way into. So I know that I was 3 for that reason. And so that's how, I've been able to kind of always say, it's good to be able and go back and, kind of fact check so that you can keep things in a particular context. But I was thinking about, we were talking about business and about having vision and about setting an intention and about recognizing that you've done those things. And there are a few things that really come to mind as particular markers. In the context of our conversation, what I like to distinguish is we go along a path where maybe we're developing technical skills in our particular fields or industry of choice. And so you're developing those technical skills, but you get to a point where you will have, depending upon what you've invested, technical skills, technical levels of expertise. I like Malcolm Gladwell. He says it takes a minimum of 10,000 hours to perfect, to master a given thing. A lot of times what I see is people tend to be a jack of all and they master nothing. So they never fully invest 10,000 hours, because if you're going about investing 10,000 hours in something, it's like you're eating it, sleeping it, dreaming it. It's like you're consuming it all on. It's what's occupying your thoughts. So when I hear about people who want to describe themselves as business people, yet I ask them, well, did you read the Wall Street Journal? Are you watching, CNBC? Are you watching Fast Money? Are you watching, The Profit? Are you watching Billion Dollar Buyer? Are you watching, just all of these shows, rich content around building and developing an effective business. And when I get kind of these, deer in the headlight looks, then I think of, well, you may want to be a business person, but you don't understand the rules of engagement. And, this country, the US, was built following World War II. So if you're not aware of what the tenets, the philosophy that was used to build the country, and then the decisions that were made about the products and services and solutions based upon the generational cohort, what we would know now as both the silent generation and the baby boomer generation, were those generations where we may still have some of those members of those cohorts who are still alive with us. The silent generation would be, the grandparents, the great grands of the boomer generation, right? And I'm not quite a boomer. I'm the older part of the Gen X generation. So, these generational cohorts, as demographers identify, happen, when there's certain factors that began to distinguish the change in a particular cohort. So my cohort was the beginning of the technological revolution. We were beginning to move from industrialized manufacturing, blue chip type of, or blue collar rather type of positions, more into technological positions, which began the precursor to the knowledge-based worker. And so we've been occupying a knowledge worker that, again, now people are concerned about, because with the invention of AI and AI's ability to learn and to consume information at a rate that's far more rapid than an individual, a human being. If I said that it takes 10,000 hours to master something, I can set my chatbot up to begin consuming all of the content about whatever it is that I want to have them be able to master, and they will have mastered it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a rich library of areas that I've studied, because I made it a point of being an expert in a space before I moved to the next space. And so what happens is people who have not disciplined themselves to master anything, they don't understand how to read information that they see. So they misread it, they misinterpret it. What I mean by that is oftentimes people will say, well, Dr. Ardrey, Dr. Steph, you've done everything. And it's like, no, I have not. I've done 3 things extremely well. The first thing that I did was I mastered the understanding of customers. and what it takes to identify, to segment, and to engage customers, and to be able to commit them to taking action on both consumer facing, so B2C, as well as helping businesses in their B2B and B2G, B2I type efforts. So B2I, B to institution, B2G, business to government, and B2B, business to business type transactions. So those are the things that I mastered first. And I mastered that by both being a strategist and owning and operating a full service, multicultural advertising and marketing communications agency. So I stayed in that space for a period of time, 10 years, directed in that space until I gained everything that I can gain from that space. During that, I realized that there were other organizations. I had the opportunity as a young entrepreneur to be one of the keynote speakers for, at the time, the National Conference of Black Mayors Conference, which was held in Oakland. And I was one of the youth entrepreneurs that were under an organization called YES, Youth Entrepreneurial Services, that was founded by a brilliant young woman, Miss Kathleen Sullivan, who, fun fact, to have a whole, kind of, as they say, 360. Kathleen is part of my new venture. And it's exciting to think of, how our paths began and then to come back, again at this time. But I'll tell you more about that later. But anyway, as a result of being one of the young entrepreneurs, the National Conference of Black Mayors was held in Oakland. And so they were set up to mentor several of us young people. And the then president of that organization was Mayor Ben Usry. He was the president, he was the mayor of Atlantic City, New Jersey. Subsequent, he did end up getting into some trouble, legal trouble. So I don't know all of the outcomes of that. But at the time, he was one of the mayoral darlings because Atlantic City, New Jersey also has casino operations, and that was still new. And so they were flourishing. And so everyone sort of looked up to him. So it was great for him to take special interest in those of us entrepreneurs. And he took in particular a special interest in me. And so they asked me to give feedback on how I felt the mayors, interacted with the young people. And so I remember giving my speech that I thought was, honest and of high value and integrity. But I was written up in the newspaper as being the young entrepreneur that told off the mayors. And so, I was like, dang, that's weird. I did tell the truth. So, I don't understand why it was considered that I was telling them off. I just pointed out, where they said they were going to do things and those things weren't consistent with the actions that were taken. And I was just hoping that in the future, there would be a gap between what you commit to and what you actually act on. Forgive me. And then I also developed this idea too. If you don't want me to tell you, then don't ask me. How about that? Because if you ask me, I'm going to tell you. It may not be the truth that you want. Let me know if it is that you wanted me to regurgitate a script, because then I get to decide if that's what I'm willing to do or not. That way there's no misunderstanding. But if you ask me to give my feedback, then I'm going to give my honest feedback based upon as many facts as I can identify and then, inform that feedback upon. So, I appreciate it when I love feedback too. I love it when the people are qualified to give the feedback because they actually have studied and understand the facts, right? But, I digress because again, a lot of times people have a lot to say, but you start fact checking and they have no facts to support their statements, and that's different than what I'm speaking to. But anyway, nonetheless, after my experience in the advertising world, I was very curious about real estate development because one of the things that I recognized is that I was advising these mayors. I was writing for their publication, and then I would be invited to some of their cities to discuss economic development opportunities. And at that time, we were looking at entrepreneurial opportunities because remember, in the 80s, the late 80s, we were coming out of a very severe economic downturn. I think Reagan administration was in office, they let all the people out the mental hospitals. So a lot of transitions began. I think we moved off the gold standard. So there was a lot of shifts that was happening in the economy, politically, socially, economically. And again, although I was a young person, like I said, I had been studying business since I was like 5 and 6 years old. At 9 is when I told my mother that I was going to become an international business tycoon. Much of what, thankfully, she encouraged and believed. And that's what I've been holding on to as a vision. As they say, people think that you become an overnight success. No, I've been working on this business for 40 years. And it's interesting that this weekend I will celebrate my birthday as well as my 40-year high school reunion. And when I think about all that's happened in 40 years, it's like, oh my God, right? What a journey. What a journey. But I have to tell you that along the way, building the technical expertise, it really was about also building a mindset. So me, I happen to be one. We're going to talk more about the business, the space, the sectors that I occupy in my next conversation. So you get two opportunities. I get two cracks at the apple today. So this part of the fireside chat, I'm sort of, giving you more, I guess you say, of a monologue and laying the foundation. Whereas part two, when I'm speaking to Kiti Awadu about his newest book, The Global Wellness Future, we're going to start talking about more of the specifics of the spaces that the organizations that I've been working to build and launch occupy and what I see on those horizons. But more importantly, before we go there, I want to kind of circle back because I was thinking about the mindset and how many times that the journey was so challenging. Let me tell you, when I first decided that I was moving my business from the Bay Area, I originally was born in Berkeley, raised in Emeryville, moved to East Oakland when I was 9. My mother bought a house. I didn't start going to school in East Oakland until junior high, so I kind of had a little bit of a safety net. I got to, do and be and experience, elementary and experience a certain level of confidence and success from now what I know to be really forward leading thinkers, thought leadership, and I guess a little bit of the hippie community, sprinkled across that as well. So, though that's the nature, right? That's kind of, and then I came into an environment where my parents were teenagers when they conceived me. My mother was 18 in her final year of high school. My father was 19. He had just finished high school the year before. So needless to say, neither of them were well established in their lives, but somehow or another, between my two grandmothers, it was my mother's mother who had this vision. And that lady was something else. When her brain was healthy and working at its best, I say that because sadly, I did see her deteriorate into dementia and early Alzheimer's. And I saw people around her exploit her in that way. It's also part of why some of the wellness business that I'm in memory care now as well. And so I hope to help others begin to find ways to mitigate the trauma of both the dementia and the Alzheimer's, because it's a very painful disease to observe when you're watching your loved one deteriorate and their memory began to, they get the wires crossed. And so what they do is sometimes the one that's the caring for them, like they get people, it's all kind of stuff that happens. And so when you don't know and it happens to you, it's traumatic. And so it can leave you emotionally traumatized and scarred, especially when you're dealing with people who are not being honest about what's happening because they fail to do the research and inform themselves. So anyway, I digress, but let me go back to mindset. So along this mindset journey, what I realized was that when I decided to expand to Los Angeles, it was I knew that I had this desire to be a global CEO. That's been the biggest dream of all. I wanted to be a mom and a wife too, but I wanted to be this CEO of a multinational organization. And when I was 9, I started, telling my mom that. And at that time, I knew, that the wealthiest man in the world was a Middle Eastern deal maker. And, people laugh. And then later, when I went to the Middle East, when I was in Saudi, I got to visit this wealthy Saudi's home that they had made into a museum. And I thought, this couldn't possibly be that same person from all the, like, who would have thunk it? Like, how is that possible that all those years later, I would be at this man's house that's turned into a museum? But, more has happened than one can imagine. But anyway, back to the beginning. So when my mother was pregnant with me, my grandmother had this vision that she said that I was going to do something significant in the world, and there was going to be a movie made about my life. And it was so important to her that she needed the world to know that she knew. And the way that they would know is that she insisted that I be born in a private hospital with a private doctor, much to the chagrin of other family members who, people had been having babies at home just fine, and people were just beginning to go to hospitals. So there wasn't any real, sort of reason to why this needed to be beyond my grandmother's, vision and her idea. And so she suggested that to my dad, and my dad mentioned it to his mother, who promptly told my grandmother that, she was crazy, and I could be born anywhere. She didn't care. And no, she was not putting any money behind this idea of hers of spending this extra money for me to be born in this private hospital. Well, my grandmother, true to form, didn't care. She decided that she would cash in some insurance policy. So when I start talking to you guys about why insurance is a tool, guess what? My grandmother, let me know early on that was something that you needed to have in part of your strategy to capitalize what it is you're up to. And it's really one of the biggest things that our people miss. You think that insurance is about a life or a death policy. You are missing the mark. Banks use insurance to make money. You are missing the money game, but that's again because you are ill-informed. And if you think that you know business and you step into business acting like you know it, and you haven't bothered to begin to understand the complexities of business, you are fooling yourself. Frankly, you're not fooling anybody that's a business person. We see you. We know you ain't playing the same game that we're playing. But I would like to see some of you really play the real game of business, because it's fascinating. And guess what? It's all a business. So it's about that perspective. I started telling my son that, like, when he was still in the womb, I started teaching him business. And then when he was a little tyke, we would roll his bassinet into the boardroom when I was consulting to my clients. My son tells me that, forget, 10,000 hours. Yes, he has been from a bassinet, from a baby in the womb. I would play the Walkmans on my belly, playing different books on tape, reading my financial journals alive while he was in the womb, because I knew how important it was to plant the seed and began educating him before he joined us on the other side. And also a friend of mine had kind of, edged me on with this ideal that since I love to teach, here I would have the ultimate captive pupil. And so outside of a few kicks where he was tired of listening to the Walkman, I did get a few hard kicks every now and again, like, okay, lady, let me rest in here, but outside of that, he went along with the program. And it's so funny because he says, well, I had no choice. I had to share your body. I had to share a body. So, you're right. You had me captive, right? So anyway, when I first came across this idea that I was moving to LA, one of my good friends at the time was working with a company, a toy company, Discovery Toys. And she gifted me this book called Oh, the Places You'll Go. Oh my goodness. What a beautiful book of inspiration. But it's all about setting a mindset. And so in setting that mindset, there's a few things that I will share with you from the book. And I've kept mine as kind of like a little bit of a journal. And then what I've done over the years is every time I have an opportunity, I gift this to a young person. And I not only gift this to them, I gift The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace Wattles, because again, it's about a mindset. It's about a mindset. Most people sit back and are so busy, consumed with what somebody else is doing, that they're missing the mark. The mark is to work on work on you. All of the answers to your desires begin with you. What is the work that you are doing on you? And if you are busy working on you, you're so busy with that effort, you have no time to be consumed or focused on somebody else. You really don't. You're busy working on your assignment. But listen, let me bless you with a few of the little nuggets of what this book says. So, all the places you'll go, and it begins with congratulations. Today is your day. You're off to great places. You're off and away. You have brains in your head. You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself any direction you choose. And you're on your own. And you know what you know. And you are the guide who'll decide where to go. You'll look up and down streets, look them over with care. About some, you'll say, I don't choose to go there. With your head full of brains and your shoes full of feet, you're too smart to go down any not so good street. And you may not find any you'll want to go down. In case, of course, you'll head straight out of town. It's opener there in the wide open air. Out there, things can happen and frequently do to people as brainy and footsy as you. And when things start to happen, don't worry, don't stew, just go right along. You'll start happening too. Oh, the places you'll go. You'll be on your way up. You'll be seeing great sights. You'll join the high flyers. You'll soar to great heights. You won't lag behind because you'll have the speed. You'll pass the whole gang. You'll soon take the lead. Wherever you fly, you'll be the best of the best. Wherever you go, you'll top all the rest, except when you don't, because sometimes you won't. I'm sorry to say, but sadly it's true that bang-ups and hang-ups can happen to you. You'll get all hung up in a prickly perch, and your gang will fly on. You'll be left in a lurch. You'll come down from the lurch with an unpleasant bump, and the chances are then that you'll be in a slump. And when you're in a slump, you're not in for much fun. Unslumping yourself is not easily done. You'll come to a place where the streets are not marked. Some windows are lighted, but mostly they're dark. A place you can sprain both your elbow and shin. Do you dare stay out? Do you dare go in? How much can you lose? How much can you win? And if you go in, should you turn left or right and 3/4, or maybe not quite, or go around back and sneak in from behind? Simple it's not, I'm afraid you will find, for a mind maker upper to make up his mind. You can get so confused, then you'll start into race down long wiggled roads at a breaknecking pace and grind on for miles across weirdish wild space, headed, I fear, toward a most useless place, the waiting place, for people just waiting for a train to go, or a bus to come, or a plane to go, or the mail to come, or the rain to go, or the phone to ring, or the snow to snow, or waiting around for a yes or a no, or waiting for their hair to grow. Everyone is just waiting for the fish to bite, or waiting for the wind to fly a kite, or waiting around for Friday night, or waiting perhaps for their Uncle Jake, or a pot to boil, or a better break, or a string of pearls, or a pair of pants, or a wig with curls, or another chance. Everyone is just waiting. No, that's not for you. Somehow you'll escape all that waiting and staying, you'll find the right places where boom bands are playing. You'll banner flip flapping. Once more, you'll ride high, ready for anything under the sky. Ready because you're that kind of guy. Oh, the places you'll go. There's fun to be done. There are points to be scored. There are games to be won. And the magical things you can do with that ball will make you the winningest winner of all. Fame. You'll be famous as famous can be, with the whole wide world watching you win on TV. Except when they don't, because sometimes they won't. I'm afraid that sometimes you'll play lonely games too. Games you can't win because you'll play against you. All alone. Whether you like it or not, alone will be something. You'll be quite a lot. And when you're alone, there's a very good chance you'll meet things that scare you right out of your pants. There are some down the road between hither and yon that can scare you so much you won't want to go on. But on you will go, though the weather be foul. On you will go, though your enemies prowl. On you will go through hanking cracks howl. Onward up many a frightening creek, though your arms may get sore and your sneakers may leak. On and on you will hike, and I know you will hike far and face up to your problems, whatever they are. You'll get mixed up, of course, as you already know. You'll get mixed up with many strange birds as you go. So be sure when you step with care and great tact, and remember that life's a great balancing act. Just never forget to be dexterous and deft, and never mix up your right foot with your left. And you will succeed. Yes, you will indeed. 98 3/4% guaranteed. Kid, you will move mountains. So be your name Buxbaum or Bixby or Bray or Mordecai Ali Van Allen O'Shea. You're off to great places. Today is your day. Your mountain is waiting. So get on your way. So guys, whenever I make a move, whenever I'm contemplating a new idea, whenever I'm thinking about where I feel I am along this journey, because it's a marathon, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. I go back to the places I will go. I make sure that I'm reading The Science of Getting Rich. And I've shared with many of you, I've been doing the lifelong course, a course in miracles, as well as a 90-day life plan that I've presented and we're sharing through our Healing Homes Leadership Program. But basically, all of these things, amongst many more, are just some of the tools that I continue to not only invest in, but take and share to invest in others so that they can begin to get their mindsets in order. Because what I've determined is that you can excel technically, and there is a point that you will be on par with everyone else that has similar technical skills. But the difference between the good and the great is about mindset. The difference between why you call out a Kobe Bryant, a Michael Jordan, a Tiger Woods, a Serena Williams, when you call out these greats, it is because they have taken their performance to a level that is beyond their technical abilities. They've had to demonstrate their grit. They've had injuries. They've had setbacks. They've had losses. You don't step up to plate and automatically hit the ball a home run every time. No, the person that has the most hits also probably has the records of the most strikeouts, because they keep getting up to bat and taking a swing at it. And so for those Monday morning quarterbacks who seem to have all the answers about, they could predict everything about the game that happened on Sunday, it's easy to sit in the bleachers and offer all the commentary that you can. It's much more difficult to get out on the playing field and begin playing and living your life as the fullest. Because guess what? If you were doing that, then you too would begin to realize some of the benefits and the outcomes that are available for you. And so I urge you all listening to think about your mindset. Are you looking at things from the perspective of the glass is half empty? Or is the glass half full? Are you interpreting your circumstance through the appropriate lens? And what I mean by that is, each time I suffered some type of business or financial setback, I found myself struggling with how to get back up, because too often the conversation I had was with the wrong people. I had conversations that were from an entrepreneurial perspective of having been an employer where I make payroll and pay other people's bills. But I had conversations with people who had never been an employer, who have never met payroll, who have never paid any bills. So they're not qualified to have that conversation. So once I learned that I had to be very specific about who I qualified having a conversation with, then I discovered that the conversations were different. When I started having more conversations in boardrooms that were led by and occupied by billionaires, my conversation changed, and my ability to interpret my own journey changed. I began to observe my journey as part of the experience, the muscle building process. I began to understand my journey was part of my paying certain dues to develop certain muscles so that I would then be able to operate and function at the level that I had set as my desire. And that also I had to come to terms with, everybody that had an opinion has an opinion. And most often they're projecting their narrative onto your life, because everybody knows better what's best about your life, right? Wrong. They do not. Because what I've come to recognize is that you're on assignment. And if it is you're doing the work on you, you'll hear from the Almighty and the ancestors, your source, what your assignment is. And when you become clear and you understand what your assignment is, then you'll understand that all you have to do is accept your assignment, because how it's fulfilled, that's not your assignment. Your assignment is to be obedient and to be coachable and be willing to do the work. Your assignment is to be obedient and to be coachable and to begin doing the work, as if the things that you are drawn to, as long as those things are not about hurting other people, if they're about contributing in some way to humanity, then you can probably trust that they are valid assignments. If they're assignments that are telling you to try to destroy, destruct, and tear people down, that you can also be probably pretty clear that you're looking at the glass from the wrong perspective. You're looking at the glass from a perspective of it being half empty. Go and start thinking about things that you can be grateful for so that you can begin to change your perspective. Because when you are grateful for the things that you have in the space that you occupy, that is something that's between you and the Almighty and the ancestors. And the only judge, if you will, judge and jury that you need to satisfy is that higher power. However it is you define that higher power for you. I choose to define mine as the Almighty and the ancestors. And however you choose, that's fine. But when it is you are informed and you are clear, then you are able to step in what becomes an ongoing effort. You know, I love to learn. I don't have to be in a formal educational curriculum in order to learn. I learn on my own because I love to learn. So I'm always going to be consuming new information and content that will allow me to expand and develop myself. The people that join my organization, we are a learning organization. So they will always be on a path of growth and self-development so that they can be fed, so that they can be the best that they can possibly be. We're not aiming for perfection. There's a difference between perfection and a difference between excellence. We're aiming to intend to take on our assignments with excellence. That is something that we can measure, we can quantify, and we can continually work towards through different types of process improvements and systems and things of that nature. But more importantly, through our mindsets, by setting the intention. You know, the Black Business Network, the Black Business Olympics, says genius is common. And some of you say it. You say it because you hear that being stated, but you don't really understand it. You should really understand it. You need to take that in and soak that into your soul. And you need to think about, what does that mean? If I'm going to be excellent and I'm going to use my genius, what does that look like? What are the examples of the best of the best? Who are my examples in my field? You see, before I go into any sector, I've studied the category leaders. Who are the best leaders? Who are the best CEOs? Well, guess what? Along this 40-year journey, I had the opportunity to work from some brilliant leaders and some that sucked. The ones that sucked taught me what I didn't want to emulate and be. The ones who were brilliant gave me tools that I could use. Even the ones who weren't so brilliant, they also had tools that I could glean. And so I remember my mother telling me that along the way, that I could think of my life and my experiences sort of like some of the folks, again, I'll be aging myself, but there used to be a flour sifter that if you were baking, you would sift the flour through. Maybe people still do, I don't know. And she would say that you're going to have a lot of flour, but you're going to need to sift through and sift out the things that you don't need. You discard those parts and you retain the part that you need. And so it's the same thing in life. Everything that wants to go into your funnel, you don't need. So some of it you have to sift out. And if you don't have discernment and if you don't have a powerful mindset, you will be tripped up along the way, because people, again, everybody believes they know your assignment better than you. But last I checked, it wasn't a conference call. So there's no way possible. That conversation is between you and the Almighty, and they're not there. I know they weren't in on mine. So, oh, Janet, you're on mute. Janet, you're still muted. Can you hear? You're muted.
Look at me. I was just going on talking to myself. Look, I was saying all the places that you will go. You have taken us here, there, and everywhere. So I appreciate that. But I thank you for sharing your expertise on the show with us tonight. And I just want to know, do you have some information that you would like to share with us, how we can reach out to you or contact you?
Absolutely. So my website is 420wellnessjamaica.com. So you can go there and get on our mailing list. We have some announcements that'll be coming out very soon about our wellness resort. So we'll be real excited to share that information. So please go check us out, get on the mailing list. You're going to want to be part of the excitement.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing that information with us and your time tonight. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Fantastic. Thanks for having me.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors that are going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. Now, this expo is a fundraiser for students. Now, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or to use Cash App on the screen below. You can do the $BBXUSA. Now, our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students who can register online here at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. then every dollar counts. So we want you to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to remind you once again, just please donate to those scholarship funds. It will go to a prize student. Now, some of our sponsors for the Black Business USA Expo for August 2023 are NC 100, Moody Capitals Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richet, Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia, Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shania, Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Forces Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artist App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. So genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hey, Ivanka Farabi here. I'm the founder and executive director of Beyond the Shackles. We're a nonprofit that instills hope in the incarcerated, disenfranchised, and their families. But we don't stop there, because what we know is that you don't have to spend one day behind physical bars to be in shackles in your heart and your mind. And we help people to rise up. What is my genius? I'm a life elevation coach and strategist. I'm a motivational speaker, and I help people to navigate the difficult terrain of adversity. Do you know that you can build the most beautiful masterpiece from the rubble that might lie at your feet from the most difficult of times? Well, you can. And I help people to walk out their God-given plans and find their genius. Why? Everybody has genius, because genius is common.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him, and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they can understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bust by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Janet Butler, and I'm the owner of Crafted Right from the Heart, LLC. I am the business moderator for today's evening's Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. Now, we have speakers from all over, from London, we've spoken to them, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities all over the United States. Now, the Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. So today, we'd like to welcome our mindset, motivation, and manifestation with a fireside chat with Akini Haradu. We're going to have Dr. Stephanie Audrey of 420 Wellness Jamaica Incorporated leading our discussion today. Dr. Stephanie is a serial entrepreneur with an over 3-decade history of launching, scaling, and operating multi-billion-dollar organizations. Now, Dr. Audrey is also going to be having a fireside chat with Akini today. Let's go ahead and get started with that because genius is common, and I will be seeing you on the other side.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, good evening. Good evening, Black Business Network. Very excited to join you for part 2. Keedy, glad to see you again. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for joining again.
Dr. Stephanie, you know I always enjoy our conversations together. We always take it to a new level, a new plateau, a new space. I love surprises. Let's have a robust conversation today.
Yes. So tonight, we're going to talk about one of your newest books. I can't say the newest because you probably have another couple behind this one. But tonight, we're going to talk about the global wellness future. And I love it. Let's spark a village. Well, you know, this topic is actually very near and dear to my heart because it is the space that my company occupies and will be, making several significant announcements in the coming weeks regarding that business. But I loved going through the book. I loved our last conversation. And to me, I think the description describes you well. Let me share. Keedy Awadu is often introduced as a multi-genius author of, I guess, 50 plus books at this point. His background includes biosciences experience, scientific futurism, a nutritional consultancy, and functional medicine. He spent 40 years of life as a vegan and typically looks better, not forget just senior citizens. He look better than some 20 and 30-year-olds. Y'all better watch. If we go keep it 100, I'm seeing 20-year-olds walking around with guts. It's like, what? I would have been shamed to walk around with a gut in my 20s. Are you kidding me? But anyway, I digress. Yes, as I've come to know more and more about you, I know a couple things. That one, we have relationships in common. So the fact that our relationship happened when it did means that there is a certain time for everything. Because we could have met a long time ago based on who it seems that we know in common. But then we intersected. The first thing that you said, and I said, you said, hey, we're in this wellness space. And I said, yeah, I'm kind of finally getting an opportunity to create this vision that I've been carrying for a long time. And it looks like I'm going to be able to make this my next, and this is my last. This is like, my life's work that I get to execute. And it's interesting because we've come closer, but I also see all of the alignment around what it is we're up to. But let's dive in. First of all, you start in the beginning saying why you wrote this book. So share with us, why did you decide to write this book at this time?
Yeah, the global wellness future. Let's spark a village. For many years, as you mentioned, you and I have occupied similar space in global healthcare, wellness, natural living, holistic life and well-being, disease prevention, all of the above. And across this spectrum of activities, I wanted to focus on what is the future of this economy. We do see increasing numbers of the population are moving away from allopathic medicine. Allopathic medicine is grossly expensive. Quite often, the practices and the regimens and the protocols just don't work. It has a big problem with a word called iatrogenics, which means essentially death by doctor, meaning you engage with the medical industries, medical professionals, only to be injured and or killed. And this happens at such a shocking rate in the United States that people many times just can't believe the data and the statistics. But I've been compiling those data for a number of years. And so people are looking for alternatives. In the book, we talk about a number of different alternative therapies that have risen, some dating back literally thousands of years and widely used around the world, such as traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurveda medicine from India, macrobiotics from Japan, and a spectrum of indigenous healthcare practices using herbs and other solutions from around the world, various cultures, various disciplines. So I wanted to put it all together in one comprehensive book. And I think one of the most important things I did in this book is I gathered the data, the statistics, the numbers, and I really was happy to present a copy of this in your hands because I know you are a numbers person. Where are the investments going to be returning from, the greatest return on investment, as well as where are the smartest places for those of us who are in the wellness community to invest our training, our studies, and our capital to be able to get in sync with what is anticipated in a $2 trillion expansion in this marketplace. That is absolutely remarkable. We need to get into that.
Absolutely. And it's interesting that not only did this conversation come around right on the backs of a Brookings Institute study that recently quantified the number of businesses led by African Americans in America, and the sad percentage that so few are employer-based business. Really, the bulk are solopreneurs, which really means that that legal structure is very limited. And I had always taken the position of being an employer and creating sustainable organizations under, that mindset and focus of let's build organizations that have employees, that have infrastructure, that can compete. And that conversation began to happen. And then Pitch Book, which is one of the publications that I get that summarizes where the VC activity is in the market. And so I always look to see who the category leaders of VCs are in the US and where it is they're investing. And so I thought the timing was just, impeccable. They put out an updated publication called Food is Medicine, and they began to highlight some of the basis of why VC started writing checks. And we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that have now been committed behind this food as medicine, which again, you had to have had the foresight, right, to be doing your research to get your book out, because at the same time, these things are happening. And that's something that a lot of times people don't understand. What are the signs that I should be paying attention to begin to think about then what are the subsequent opportunities? So in the book, not only do you talk about, what your motivation behind the business, we start getting into your section. You actually have a chapter that you call Food as Medicine. And you begin that chapter talking about, you cite a comment from the World Health Organization. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. And so it's interesting because I felt like the global COVID pandemic really almost, kind of backfired in some ways, because forcing people to have only one option sort of shook the tree. I think people were just kind of living in their own little life coma, going down to, oh, I got a pain, let me call the doctor and get a drug to treat that pain, till suddenly everything converged. And then it's like, whoa, wait a second. Wait. Let me rethink this. Let me start paying attention. What kind of informed you if you will, in terms of your markers? Was it the conversations you were having? Is it just the obvious things we see? People dying every day, or is it just your eyeballs looking at folks and you're like, that person, I'm looking at them, I know they're sick, they're not preparing for the marathon, they're going to check out at any point. Kind of fill us in on some of this and your food is medicine going into the restaurant conversation.
Okay. Well, one, there's a basic tenet by which I live. I say this a dozen times or more every day. Food is nature's most perfect medicine. Hippocrates said, let your food be your medicine, let your medicine be your food. In the book, I have a lot of these quotations. I like to anchor each chapter with a very relevant, inspiring, exciting, informative quote. Another one that I find very popular: many people spend their entire life and expend their health chasing wealth, only to gain it and then spend their wealth trying to regain their health. And we do know that in the United States, medical expenses is the #1 cause of family household bankruptcy. We're spending a lot of money on health. You touched on a number of different points, and each one is kind of anchored, and I did as much as to put this on the book. Let's just talk about African Americans. Unfortunately, if we look across the spectrum of health data and statistics, we're not doing very good across the board. But let's look at also the economics of African American healthcare. According to the research I put in the book, Living Super in Paradise, African Americans' annual healthcare expenses as a collective runs about $95.1 billion. Our population is over 52 billion or 52 million. Let me get that correct. 52 million in this country. Most people aren't aware that Afro-Latinos and mixed race, we consider them to be our family as well. So our numbers are even higher than we imagine. And out-of-pocket expenses per each person amounts to some $1,812 per year. So when we start to look at the economics of what we are putting into the healthcare system, we would like to think that we would get a fairly decent return on our investment in better health, as well as that we get to fully participate in that economic windfall, which is the U.S. $4 trillion a year healthcare overall expenditures. But we are not. You'd mentioned about Black-owned business. I'm just going to link these ideas together as quickly as I can. There are some 3 million Black-owned enterprises in America. The majority of them don't even pay the salary of the business founder, solopreneurs, as you mentioned. And among these 3 million Black-owned businesses, the annual GDP in products and services runs right around $200 billion annually. But wait a minute. Isn't our annual consumption budget $1.6 trillion? So essentially, for every $1 in goods and services that African Americans produce, we spend $8 on consuming. It was outrageous 2 years ago when it was 7-1, and now it's 8-1. It's going the wrong way and rather rapidly. As we just look at our own group's expenditures in the healthcare fields and the dissatisfaction that many people feel with what we are getting out of that investment, I say it is a good time that we plant our seeds in that very rich soil, which is the global health and wellness income or economic future. And that's what the book is really all about, giving us strategic plans, detailed plans of not only how to capture a segment of our own expenditures, but we're connected to the African continent, whose current population of 1.425 billion people is the biggest prize for all healthcare, pharmaceutical, medical related industries in the world are all trying to capture that African market for the next century and more.
Exactly. And so it's amazing that when you think about some of the mind job that's been done on some of our folks, especially those of us in America that have, worked and developed skills and talents and could absolutely be well poised to expand and take advantage of these market expansion opportunities. It's making sure that people are properly prepared. That's the thing that I was sharing with some colleagues earlier today, is that people always tell me that they need capital. And it's like, my first response is, come to me with something of value, and the capital is in abundance. The problem is not that you need capital. The problem is that you haven't codified a business opportunity that is investable. So let's kind of go to that space where we talk about your chapter on making the investment work. You began to quantify some of the sectors. The first one on the top, you talk about personal and beauty care. I remember spending a bunch of time trying to get beauty care professionals to not only think about the market opportunities in just the domestic market, but let's start talking about, the size of that internationally, and in particular on the continent. And we uniquely situated, poised to be able to exploit those particular opportunities. So, the personal and beauty care, between 579 to 955 billion. Eating healthy, nutrition and weight loss, you have 200 to 946 billion. Physical activity, between 106 and 738 billion. Wellness tourism, 436 to 919 billion. Nutritional and complementary medicine, 413 billion. Like, these are billions. Like, you don't need to have, more than 0.5% of any of these particular sectors to do okay. We're talking about billions, the size and scale of the market. So wellness, real estate, 275, mental wellness, spas, workplace wellness, thermal and mineral springs. And I'm sure we could go on and on and on from there. And so with all of these opportunities, and I know you coach, you lecture, what are you seeing, I guess, in terms of the early release, the early conversations around this book and its information and suggestions? I mean, we should have, I'd say, groups lined up, ready to go. Okay, we're ready to do the work. What should we be doing next? What are you finding as you've recently released this material and begun your conversations?
Well, I have been broadcasting the chapters of the book. I do a daily talk radio show, and I have this habit. I do think it's a wonderful habit. I broadcast a chapter of the book every week, or actually 2 days a week. That helps me facilitate getting the book written on schedule, as well as allows me to put the ideas that form the book out in front of the public and have people give me real-time feedback. Will that idea float, or is that flat? So there are so many different ways of looking at this, but as you mentioned, those numbers, and those numbers are stunning. They are stunning, that these expenditures are going down, but capturing those seems to be out of the reach for too many of people who look like us. This is the Black Business Network, and we have to take care of ourselves first. So I'm going to kind of summarize, because we're a little bit pressed here for time. In the book, I state, and very clearly, coming out of the COVID pandemic put the world in a whole new flux. Every old order was disrupted, including healthcare. The cost of healthcare is skyrocketing above the high cost of inflation, and it's going to continue to be that way. But more and more people are looking to step outside of the traditional AMA medical system and get they're moving into complementary care, alternative care, functional medicine. All of these are phenomenal growth sectors of the global health and wellness economy. So let's put it in a nutshell. I'm going to ask you this question. Today, the global economic health and wellness economy is valued at about $5.1 trillion. We're midway through 2023. By 2027, numerous forecasts put this at $7 trillion. The question is, if 4 years in advance where $2 trillion of new economic activity is going to show up in the world. How much of that new economic activity is your plan going to capture?
Absolutely. Brother, you know, my plan is we just put together two of our plans. And the reason that we're able to command, you know, tens of millions of dollars of investment, and we're talking about just at a seed round. So I'm not even talking about Series A round. I'm talking about we're coming into a seed round that instantly values the organizations worth hundreds of millions of dollars. So if we're starting at hundreds of millions with a seed round, we're going for multi-billions in terms of our overall scope and scale of the organization that we're a part of. So yeah, but you know, people hear you say that and they can't even digest some of those numbers, because even at the same time, as I've shared with preparing to, you know, make some of these announcements, it's, you know, getting people under the mindset to get ready, to be ready. And so you have to do the work, you know, and you know, so that you're in position. And so what does that mean? You know, are you ready for somebody to write a check? Are you structured appropriately? Could you receive a check if somebody wanted to invest in your business? You know, are you investable? And same thing with these sectors. So yes, my thing is, yeah, be ready. Don't wait for the opportunity to show up, because the gap between trying to get ready may be too great. You may miss. You may be too late. It's like in development, by the time you see the fence go up and they start construction, homie, all the deals have been constructed. We made the deals before we put, but that we're at the finish line. You should have been there when we were holding the community meetings. That's when you could have gotten in on the ground floor and had an opportunity. Now you late wanting to get $5.
That's
You know,
right.
so don't miss this. Don't miss this. Yeah. And we plan to be front and center.
We plan to be front and center, and that is really the operant word. What is the plan? How detailed is the plan? How can we tweak the plan? What does it take to implement the plan? I'm going to have to begin to wrap things up. I hope we have inspired people to want to get the book. You know what? I call this book, The Global Wellness Future, a treasure map. It's a treasure map that leads to $2 trillion.
Yes. Yes. If you're sitting at home and you're thinking, I'm not sure what I could possibly do, you need this book right now. This is a weekend read. You like I used to tell my son, it's all a business. Pick one that you can be excellent at and get busy.
That's
and if
right.
you need some help, there's plenty of folks who are really qualified, able to guide you. But you have to
That's
show
right.
up invested in yourself. Nobody's here to hold your hand and drag you along. You must invest in your own
That's right.
possibility.
And I would go further. We must invest our children in this global health and wellness future.
Absolutely.
In the book, there is a chapter on building an effective infrastructure about health and wellness careers of the future. And I think I list like about 48 or so. I mean, this is a bunch of these careers. Let me just share with you just a few of them. Teaching, coaching, career counseling, chiropractic medicine, naturopathic medicine, acupuncture and oriental medicine, massage therapy, personalized healthcare, telemedicine specialist, genetic counselor, virtual reality therapist, wellness consultant for corporations. That's just 12 of about 46 of these new global healthcare and wellness careers of the future, as well as we talk about the wellness real estate market. We talked about spas, tours, accommodations. Been talking for years about building villages where people come to get healthy, live healthy, learn healthy, and where we can even grow the food to feed our people that heals the body, because food is nature's most perfect medicine.
Well, you know, we have some announcements, and my team just sent to me over one of the islands that we're looking at acquiring in Senegal. Man. Man, we can't wait. But yes, we will. We're there. You know what I mean? So we're
That's
like
right.
in it lifetime, making it happen. Well, Kitty, I know that you told me early that you had another engagement. I appreciate you for your time and sharing your wisdom. Tell people where they can go to get the books. The books.
Yes, they can go to my website to pick up the new book, The Global Wellness Future. Let's Spark a Village. My website is my name, KEIDI.biz. You'll see the bookstore there. This is actually my 51st book publication. It came out about 7 days ago. 10 days before that, my 50th book came out. And then later this week, probably tomorrow, I will release my 52nd book. One more book to follow, which is called Forged by Fire, Post-COVID African Healthcare and Sovereign Economic Development. So we're on a roll. We got a methodology. As you said, I've been all of this writing, all this researching, all this studying now. Now is the time to put together the right team, the right plan. Let's get in early, and get in deep. Thank you so much, Dr. Stephanie, for all you do. You know, I'm a great beneficiary of your impressive influence.
Thank you so much. It's my honor. And I'm looking so much forward to even everything else that we're doing. So thank you. My honor.
All right. Guidance and protection, everybody. I wish everybody health. And remember,
thank you so much for sharing tonight with us and bringing y'all's expertise. Is there any way that you can leave like a number or something we can contact you with your contact information?
Sure. So Keidi Leptis is KEIDI.biz. And my information is 420wellnessjamaica.com.
That's right. And you can always text me at 702-580-0662. Text me. Don't call. Text. I'll call you back.
Great job.
Peace
Thank you so much again for your time tonight. As always, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much for having us. Have a great evening.
You too. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. Now, this expo is a fundraiser for students. Now, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use Cash App. That's on the screen below, and it says $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Now you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We have our sponsors for the Black Business Expo. We would like to acknowledge them for the August 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche, Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundations Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side. Good night.
In the heart of America, there are dreams waiting to be realized. Dreams of owning a home, creating a haven for families, and building a future. Yet, there are 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers and nearly 20 million renter households who have the credit and income to qualify for a mortgage, but remain left out of the home buying process. These potential home buyers are in urban and rural America, where dreams should flourish. The big banks, the giants of finance, have all exited the mortgage lending business, decreasing their lending footprints across America. They are no longer present and active in these communities. Instead of offering opportunities for home ownership, some of these banks have chosen a different path. They have decided to become mega landlords. They have chosen to invest billions of dollars in rental homes, leaving potential home buyers with fewer options and stuck in a cycle of renting without the chance to build equity and create a legacy for their families. Here is the shocking truth. A report issued by the Home Ownership Council of America revealed that if lenders were to step forward and serve this underserved market, they could conservatively increase their loan volume by $1.5 trillion. $1.5 trillion. This is a $1 trillion business opportunity, ripe for the taking. That's why I Have a Dream Home is here. We support the American dream of home ownership in urban and rural America. We believe in the power of social consciousness and the impact it can have on people's lives. Investing in urban and rural America is not just good business sense. It's a moral imperative. Our mission is clear. Become the go-to mortgage lender in these communities. Create a pathway to home ownership for all Americans, breaking the cycle of poverty by empowering families to build wealth, stabilizing our communities, and taking pride in our country. I Have a Dream Home. Unlocking dreams, transforming communities, and rewriting the story of American home ownership. For more information, scan the QR code or visit our website at www.ihaveadreamhome.gold.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because Even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, Unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.